Okay, sorry about that. Even when I'm on time, I'm not on time for some reason. Um, okay, some like get up and some sweat when the heat is on. Some feel the heat and decide that they can't go on. Okay, I don't know. I always have these songs stuck in my head, even when I haven't, especially when I haven't listened to them for a while. And it's like they roll around in there until you like listen to them or whatever. Because you're kind of, I guess you're kind of used to hearing some songs, and like your brain goes, "It's time to listen to this again," so it brings it back every so often. Anyways, okay, so um, I guess I don't really get to do what I was planning on doing today. I mean, I could still do it, but it means that my time will be later instead of earlier, like it's supposed to be. But I don't know if I could count to towards 12. It'll still be 3.5 hours. Mm, 12 to 3:30. Actually, it'd be 12 to 4. It wouldn't be 12 to 3:30. It would just be 3:30. Um, Anywho, let's just live. Make sure it's live. Okay, so um, I don't know what I'm doing right now. This isn't like the other day where my brain wasn't working or whatever, or lack of sleep or whatever. This is simply I'm sitting here kind of going, I don't know. Maybe it's lack of sleep though. I keep forgetting. Um, you 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 can function on low amount of sleep, but it's not always like 100% functioning. And so I can function well on like how does that work? 6 hours. I can function on 6 hours of sleep. I can function on 3 hours of sleep. Um, Obviously, you're impaired the shorter it is. So I'm not saying that I'm at my best. So I'm not at my best today, but because okay, it's kind of interesting. The sleep cycle thing is kind of interesting. Is you know how you take a nap and then you wake up and maybe it's a couple hours or maybe it's an hour or something and you feel groggy and just like you can't do anything. Maybe slight headache. Maybe you don't feel yourself. That's usually because you wake up during mid sleep cycle, and like a full sleep cycle, I guess, is about 90 minutes. So that's why they're always talking about the um, 8 hours of sleep per night. Really, it's at least for me specifically, it's 7.5 hours. If I'm doing regular, and I don't even know that I can sleep that long anymore without actually waking up at some point. But it takes me about half an hour to get to sleep, and then 7.5 hours is what's after that. But really, that's because it fits night neatly into 90 minutes. So 90 minutes times two, of course, is 3 hours. So 90 minutes times four is 6 hours. 90 minutes times five is 7.5 hours. So that's what usually, and of course, if I'm trying to get to bed at a decent time, I start with oh. Alright. So okay, somebody's asking me in IRC estimated time for the release of my game. It's not going to be for a while, and actually, I don't really have a. I had a thing that I wanted to do. I wanted to get it done by. Gonna go ahead and shoot for a year. Well, actually, originally it's gonna be like 5 years, right? Because this is a long haul. These phases are long. At least the first phase. Certain phases are gonna be short. Certain phases are gonna be long. But so I was saying 5 years, and then I was going, well, a 2 year release date. But then, I was going to try to accelerate it and try to really work on it. But this first phase is taking forever. It's going to end up taking forever. So I I guess it's done when it's done. Originally started with a 5 year goal because of how big it is. But then I decided I wanted to see if I could accelerate that by giving myself roughly in 2 years. But this phase alone has already been 6 months. So part of it was getting set up, but the other part is trying to get the Redot editor to help me with layout. And not really. Um, I only have 2 screenshots. Here, let's see. Why don't I go ahead and upload those, and then I can give him the link. So far, I'm doing Imager, but I'm looking for a more decent um, place. Well, I can post to Twitter. I can do that. Actually, that's a good idea. Well, actually, I did actually post to Twitter. Let's see some here. Where is okay? Let's see some here. Let's go to my profile. I know there's a lot of junk on my profile, but what? Oh, there we go. Um, at least. Okay, so this is one screenshot. And the only two. Kind of interesting. I reposted. Let's see. The only 2 screenshots I have, it's a lot of this all tied up in my streams too, so I like that one. Using AI, having Stallone and Schwarzenegger, or Rambo and whatever his name was in Predator, I guess, or maybe Commando, maybe playing Contra. Uh, Oh, this is actually another one. Isn't it? Let's go back. Progress. Doggone it. There. New link. See, I don't have many screenshots because there's not that much going on with it. May 1st. Shoot. That other one was probably all the way back. All the way back. I think. I mean, I know I should be working, but I'm just trying to find a page down. There's another screenshot I had, and I can, I could re-upload it. Let's see some here. And Popeye. Hold on a sec. Let me see if I can. April. Wait, I repost a bunch of crap, don't I? You know what? Skip it. Wait a second. March? Okay, that's weird. Weird. Hey, you know what? Go ahead and just post to everyone. Here's an older screenshot, but it's not much different today. Okay, let's go ahead and pictures. Those are my most recent. Open that one. Okay, post. View. Not much. Um, copy. And copy. Copy. Yeah, I don't have much in the way of screenshots and stuff here, just because, what is that? Let's go ahead and, what did I do? Oh, favorites. Okay. All right, let's get back to the deal here. Okay, what am I on? Okay, desktop, right? Everything's good and my microphone's good. Everything's good and good and good and good and good. Okay, so all right. Obviously, I don't have that much screenshot wise. Okay, so um, what I was planning to do and what I still might do if I can ever get on time, if I can ever B, make sure I'm early, make sure everything's ready and running and ready to go. I might start doing this deal where I'll split each live stream into 4 parts, really 5 parts, but that's not. I just mean for the sake of actually working on the game, and then with 5 minute break in between, and then a 30-minute break after 2 segments. That'll go for my full three and a half. How do I say it? It's 3 minutes. It's actually 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Or 3 minutes and 20 seconds. It's actually 3 hours and 20 minutes. Um, but with 5 minute, 5 minute breaks in between chunks, and then what the 30-minute break in the middle. That comes to 3 hours and 20 minutes, while still maintaining my 4.5 or 3.5 hour actual full runtime thing. And if I can do that, if I can be on time, if I can do that consistently, then what brain not working again. If I can do that consistently, then I won't get burned out. I'll get a lot done. It'll be a lot more interesting, and yeah. So I mean, it'd be cool once I get to that point. Anywho, let's get back. Let's get to the thing at hand. Okay, so um, instead of working on, let's see, 2D. Okay, instead of working on this, um, I think I gotta finish this up. I might have to split this up. I'm not sure. And then this is use the magic mailbox. So they both use one card, and I'm not sure. Like again, I'm not sure if I'm gonna split this up or not. I could make it into kind of a puzzly kind of deal. But yeah, actually I'm not that sure. Let's see something here. Let's read this for a quick second. Um, Here he takes a quick silver ticket and a few hats off his desk and puts them on and says the magic words. Ticket then disappears as Hubert appears in the crystal ball. He sees John buy his favorite chocolate bar and open it. Seeing there was no ticket inside, he then sends another, and it seems to appear, but is part in the partially open wrapper. Further observance shows John reading the fine print on the ticket and realizes that he doesn't have the full phrase to open the portal. He then rearranges the hats, and Clone conjures up a new ticket as an identical materializes in the wrapper. John reads the wrapper, nothing seems to happen, and then he realizes the clone ticket may not have Quicksilver in it. Okay, and so then essentially John has to do something. Now, I actually created 2 Cerulean cards, pages, whatever, just for this purpose because um, this one requires that John uh, do a little detective work. In other words, he's going to look at it and kind of go, wonder what the deal is. And that should lead to the portal directly. And then this one, this is supposed to actually be a delay. So he's going to, something's not going to happen. And this is actually going to branch off into a couple of other deals. Whereas this is kind of quick. The idea is the spells are supposed to be instant, and this is supposed to delay. The mailbox is supposed to be reliable but slow, like not unlike real mail versus email, you know. So so in here you're gonna do one or two things. You're gonna go to the library, and um, it's not a big deal. At first, I was thinking um, maybe you could have the kind of the setup here that the unicorn sign language plays into it later, and but you don't. It doesn't require it as an object. Now later on, I might decide to make a puzzle where it requires you to get the book first before you can open the portal, and that will have to be based on um, that'll have to be based on like later on when I'm actually when I'm doing the full interactive text adventure where you're typing commands and you got puzzles, you got inventory, that sort of thing. I might turn it into that. So this will sort of be like it won't play real good as a real choose your own adventure because it's not going to do the dead ending. It all kind of goes in one direction to one place and funnels you back into the plot points till the end. So this is just basically so that I have a way to like create the rooms initially and it's kind of basically kind of structuring everything. And it will also have some things that hint at some puzzles. Like this hints at a puzzle. In fact, in the real game, you might Hubert might send the Quicksilver ticket, but then it might switch to John, or you might be able to switch to John, and might have to switch to John just to make that part of the puzzle work. And then when he looks at it, um, he notices that. Anyways, yeah. So I might like make actual puzzles out of these in any case. Okay, so but that's not what I'm working on right this second. What I want to work on right this second is the actual is what I was doing. Okay, so here's the deal, right? I want to decouple the visuals from the actual class. I decided to put them in their own class. Um, I was going to go ahead and extract out the non-visual parts so that room and door could just be room and door, and the visual stuff, which is editor related, is in part of its own class. So I was going to have it use inheritance, right? It's going to descend. Like right now, I set this to where it descends from it extends door, right? So visual door. So in this case, it's just this color component, which is not actually part of the door. It's just a part of the visuals for the layout tool part of the game. So I was going okay. Um, Now I started to do room, and I did the same thing with the room here, right? And visual room extends room, and okay. So yesterday, since description equals new description, it's just like a single line. Have rewriting it and using this its own deal is not a big deal. But the actual room class does not have visual room. There's room. Doesn't have it has set description, but it doesn't have the update label thing, right? Because the update label is the visual label. So that's actually part of the visual room. So there's that update description label, which is only in the visual door here. Set ID, I called superset ID because it actually has several bits of code in there, and then it then it goes into the actual visual stuff, and then what else we got here? Set label, update label. Okay, so this is pretty much self-explanatory. Any visual stuff is in here, and the regular room stuff is in the room. Um, Problem here is starting with the load from JSON, and the reason it's a problem is because I create doors, and I use a door class. In this case, I'm using visual door dot create, but in order to how do I say this? This is okay. Let me think for a second. Oh yeah. So in order to use load from JSON data, which is this load data from JSON, this function, um, and but to be able to do it with inheritance, um, Okay, so if I just called super, if I could just call this super from the room class, then it would create its doors would create the whoop, let's go to the room class. Um, Here, the door creation. Okay, so this creates just regular doors. So that's why I have to create visual doors in the visual room. But the thing is if it's not descended off of a room, then anytime I wanted to add stuff to room, I'd have to doubly add it to visual room because it's just a clone. So what I decided is, as I was going to figure out how to still how to decouple it, and I was going, you know what, this might be a uh, uh, better fit by composition, right? Composition basically means you have members that have the stuff in. So your parent, your descendant class essentially is not a descendant class. It's more or less a wrapper around your other class. So that what that means is um, instead of instead of something like this, instead of something like this where it actually um, okay, this is a separate create function, I guess. But instead of inheriting something, I would I would put the door as a I'd make this a 2D node 2D, I think. Yeah, I have to make it a node 2D to be displayable. But then door, and actually that also means that door doesn't have to be a node 2D anymore. In fact, it doesn't even have to be a node. It can be just a straight up its own class because I don't need um I actually don't need to do that. Visual door would still have to be a node 2D though. So um but in any case, I'm thinking it's probably better if I do composition, right? So in here, it won't extend door. It'll extend a node 2D. This still has to extend node 2D because it's got to have graphics, right? This is the visual part of it. But instead of extending door, I'll have a instance of door as a member, and then I will just call um, I'll create the door with this creation function, and then I'll set the color. Um, Anyways, it's kind of makes it easier if it's that way. In fact, I've got I've got all the scripts saved, so I can kind of screw around with this. Even if it messes up, I can revert. Okay, so what I'm going to do today is I'm just going to make this via composition. Visual Door is going to contain a door instance, and Visual Room is going to contain a room instance, and it's not going to extend anything. So let's go ahead and let's start by doing that node 2D. Okay, it's going to screw everything else up, which is fine. Um, what's interesting though is okay, so let's reload safety. It's going to screw everything up, but let's reload safety. Oh, now we got all kinds of goofy stuff. Um, Visual Door 6 invalid assignment. Okay, but we're going to fix that in short order, and we're going to say I actually have it well, that's kind of interesting. I have to actually export that variable. Let's go to door. It actually exports those variables, which is we want that anyways, don't we? Yeah, I guess. Hmm. Yeah, there's a interesting thing about it, which is the exporter. Um, I guess I could always make the door exportable as well. Hmm. Yeah, you create door with door specs. You don't actually create it in the editor any other way. So you actually do that. That's all right. Huh. Let me ask Grok here about that because that's actually kind of a problem, I think. I guess let's go back to this previous one. Okay, it's Wednesday, May 28th at 12:17 p.m. And I've got more questions for you about the whole composition effect. Please acknowledge. Okay, let it come back and tell me something. Say something intelligent. Hopefully. Let's go ahead and shrink this down a little bit so I can see the chat, just in case anybody ever decides to chat. Acknowledge. Yeah, it might be getting a little too long in the tooth. I might need to start a new conversation. It's kind of an annoying thing. I don't know. There should be a way to not really see that limit, that 1 million token limit or whatever it is for conversations. I mean, they could have a thing where they decide to stop you at a certain time on the free stuff. But other than that, it shouldn't slow down like this. And it's not because there's a bunch of people on it, although that could probably have to do with it. What I think is, I think it has a memory space that it reserves for a single conversation, and and also it has a memory thing. But what I think should happen is how do I say that? I think it should store pockets of conversation in like a separate memory area, so it can pull up anything and actually look it up instead of looking at this long. It's like a back scroll, right? You have this huge back scroll, and if you're manually looking for something, you have to read everything. You can do a search on it, but it's like it's all there. But if you did it in such a way where each segment or each for instance each day's based on a time, say 24-hour time period, where it stores the thing in like a separate area. That way, the conversation would never have to run out because it would never hit that 1 million token mark because each part of the conversation is no longer than that day or that segment's um, conversation, and it would make this really fast, you know. And as long as I have these questions stored in memory, anyways, I don't think that would be too much of a problem to do that ways. Do it differently because I could potentially, if this never screwed up on me, never hit that limit, I could run this particular conversation indefinitely, right? Obviously, if there's a lot of stuff in there, it's going to have to do a lot of searching. But internally, they could do a thing where it indexes the chunks so that you can actually get at it as quick as possible, kind of thing. Okay, so um, I have some variables that are exported uh, to the editor. Um, will I still be able to edit room properties that are exported um, in the inspector that are exported if it's a member variable? Do I need to export the room or door member variables in order to access the exported properties? Should be able to store an accumulated vector that's derived from context, such that the model doesn't need to store the entire conversation stream, rather only the vector with the subsequent conversation nudging that vector, where the vector, the context, and where the vector is a billion parameter vector. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Binary reader. Binary reader, you seem to be new here, at least as far as your name goes. Can you tell me where you heard about my stream from, and where you're watching it? Obviously, you're in YouTube, of course. So I know that much. But where did you hear about the stream? And are you just somebody I know that I just don't recognize your name? You know why I always have a problem with saying certain things? It's because you have your channel name, you have your nickname on IRC, you have your handle. Handle goes back to like ham radio and like CBs and stuff. But we used to call it handles on old BBSs. IRC user. Okay, cool. Um, yeah, it's actually always good. So, what channel, what network? Afternet or Liberia.chat? Because those are I only post in three channels on Liberia.chat and two channels on Afternet, which is like um, game dev and Ludum Dare or Ludum Dare. Sometimes I call it Ludum Dare or whatever pronounce it. Um, Anywho, uh, so I always tend to stutter when I'm asking like, "What's your name?" Like I'm saying something about your name because I don't know what you call it on like YouTube. Is it's a lot of the times it's I guess your username, right? Username. But so I'll tend to stutter. I'll tend to stutter on things when I have different ideas in my head and I'm trying to pick like which thing I'm gonna say next. Anyways, when I started these streams, which is in um in November of last year, uh, I did a whole lot better talking on the stream than I do now. Now I don't know, I'm super self conscious or something, so I tend to stutter like a whole lot. Afternet forever, but don't associate between accounts. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, yeah, I could almost not sit on Afternet, um, just because I don't really participate. Well, I never really participate in the 24-hour compos on in Ludum Dare, Ludum Dare, or however it's pronounced. I'll say Ludum Dare because that's the way I've always pronounced it in my head, even though it's not a proper like Latin pronunciation or something. But yeah, there's a few people I say hi to occasionally on in Ludum Dare, and then on Game Dev, which the Game Dev on Afternet used to be GameDev.net, and I guess I don't know at what point, but I discovered when they have their Discord channel, GameDev.net is not at all associated with GameDev the channel anymore. which I thought was kind of weird, but whatever. Things change, I guess. Anywho, let's see what Grok says here about exporting. Okay, so I don't know how much you've been watching or listening or been in here several times, but what I'm doing is I'm trying to decouple the visual parts of the door and the rooms with the actual classes themselves. Because in the game, it's just it's just a description text. The door has a destination and a choice, and it's just a couple of things. Later, probably it's going to be changed, expanded, or whatever. But so I was trying to do it via inheritance. So I was trying to get the visual part to be a descendant of the yeah, of the parent class. So visual door, and all that means is it has these little colored squares. I don't know if it's not showing up here because I kind of broke it by changing the what it extends. So you don't see that here, but if you've seen any of the other screenshots or just seen it previously, then I have these little colored squares that represent doors that and these lines that lead to uh, each of the rooms. And then this, of course, is a room here. And so I was thinking about inheritance, and I went, because I have, because I used the room class to create the doors, um, I'd have to do the visual room to create the visual doors, and then and I couldn't really utilize the inheritance part of it. So I'd be ending up duplicating. Um, so I realized that maybe composition would be better. And so I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so I export this here. Let's go back. Let's actually go back to door class. I export these three variables. So if I make door a member of visual door, then how does the exporter work and stuff? So the extending is that extending the behaviors of the for the entities or just the visual aspects? Um, just the visual aspects because let's see here. The game should still work like normal here, and this is essentially the game. It's super simple. This is just a description. Even the choices you pick. Number keys. So one to continue, one and two, hit one and two. So but in order to do the layout part, these have to be these are the visual aspects. This is a node 2D here, and actually right now the room itself is a node 2D, but is it? I think it's still a room 2D here, or node 2D. I mean, so eventually this won't even extend node 2D because it'll just be the room description, the basically the definition. So um, let's see here. And this, of course, this is the thing that should be node 2D. Right now it extends room. It's going to extend node 2D directly, and then room itself will be just a member. So I'm trying to figure out how it will affect these export variables because right now um, you can actually modify like the ID, the name, and then you can actually modify this. But I only did this mostly so I could see it rather than actually using to edit it. But here, okay, so let's go up to here. Array. Oh, that's right. It's not going to. It's not going to have any doors right now because of what I just did. So, anyways, there's these door specs, and they create the doors from a line of text that's usually in here. In fact, I can probably show it to you in the actual. Um, let's go to here and let's go to here. Rooms, and let's just pick a room that isn't being used yet. Open this up. Um, okay, so the door has an ID, it has a choice, and the choice is a string right now, even though you hit in the number key, because eventually it's going to be they're going to be commands. When I implement a text parser, they're going to be commands you type, so these are actually strings. And then the destination is just the destination ID. It's just the room, essentially the room name here. And so with the door specs, you can create new doors within the Redot editor. So I'm still trying to figure out how to what I need to do for where's the okay there we go. That's what we want. So I'm trying to figure out how the exports will work since I'm going to make them member variables. Let's see, specifically whether you can still edit exported room and door properties in the Redot's editor's inspector if they're member variables, and whether you need to export the room or door member variables themselves. If room and door have exported properties, these are editable in the inspector when a room or door node is directly in the scene tree. With composition, where visual room has a room member and visual door has a door member, are not nodes in the scene tree. They are member variables of visual room and visual door. As a result, their exported properties won't appear in the inspector automatically because the inspector only shows properties of the node itself. I see. So the edges between the doors are encoded in JSON. Yeah, yeah. So each of the rooms are JSON files, and I have like 93 of them. So it's a lot of rooms. I actually had Grok help me out with Python script to actually turn the actual text that I had for each of the rooms into individual files, and then part of it is you can save the data in the editor in a plugin that I wrote. Okay, to make room or door member variables exported properties editable in the inspector, you must export the member variables themselves. Okay, that's fine, right? Export room. When you export, the inspector will show you a field assigning a room or door resource. If you create a room or door instance, you can assign it in the inspector, and its exported properties will be editable as a sub resource. Without exporting, okay, yeah, I get it. If room and door nodes, embedding them as members means they're not in the scene tree unless you add them as children. If they are resources, exporting them works better, as resources are designed for inspector editing. Exporting room and door lets you edit their properties in the inspector, but you'll need to instantiate them and ready via pre-reloaded resource. Alternatively, re-expose their key properties in visual room and visual door for direct editing. See below. Re-exposing properties. To simplify, you can export wrapper properties in visual room and visual door that delegate the members' properties. Class name, visual room extends node 2D. Room, room equals room new. Export var room ID string. Oh, I see. I get it. I get it. So that means I have to. Okay. Yeah, yeah. I get it. I get it. Um. Okay, that makes sense. So I guess I'll probably do it that way too. Then that makes a sense there. If you want to edit room and door exported properties in the inspector, export the room and door members. Assign room. Okay, yeah. It's just saying it. Example. Use composition, but keep room and door as nodes in the scene tree. E.g., children of visual room, visual door, allowing direct inspector access to exported properties. However, this reduces composition's encapsulation benefits. Example, re-exposing. Our room ID, room label, visual door extends, door new, door ID. Okay. I get it. Exporting members, re-exposing properties. Wait a second, what's the difference here? Um, oh, no, re-exposing, yeah. The exporting, right. Okay. Door new. Um, okay, just a second here. If you want to edit exported variables, export the room and door members. Room and door instances in the inspector or script. Exporting members feels clunky. Re-expose. Okay, right. Use composition, but keep room and door as nodes in the scene tree. Children of visual room, visual door. Allowing direct inspector access to their exported properties. Um, I'm gonna have to try this just so I can see how it works because explaining it to me isn't helping me. So let's go to door and no, let's go to visual door. Okay. I'm gonna export a door member. So let's see something here. What do I want to call it? At export bar. I guess I can just call it straight up door. Door. Colon door. Okay. Leave it like that. And let's go ahead and say new door equals say door. We'll instead of making it a variable because it's a class variable, let's say door equals door dot create and ident ch dest door name that. Okay. Can access non-static variable door from static function create. What's the deal? Wait. Line 6. Cannot access non-static variable door from the static function create. Let me check something here. Room equals room new. Actually, I need to ask it if I can do this or not. Because apparently I can't do it, but I need to know why I can't do it. Export bar door on door. And then then the create function I use this line which is incorrect. There we go. Then the create might have to be say well it can be self.door, so I can't access it because it's not static, I guess. variable in the create function, you're using door equals door.create, which is incorrect and causing issues. Static function returns a new door instance with properties set. However, in Visual Door Create, you're assigning this door instance to the door member of the Visual Door class, but the function is static and should return a Visual Door instance, not just a door. And a static function like Visual Door.create self refers. Oh, so I need. Okay, I get. Um. Uh. Let's see. I can actually do it like. I can do it like this ways actually. Uh. var new door equals um like was that like dot new, yeah, visual door dot new. Okay, new door equals door create. Okay, now this other stuff like ID and stuff should not be in here. There we go. Look at col equals that, return new door. Okay, now it should still error on me, but reload. Reload save scene. Okay. Bunch of errors, which is fine. Okay. Editor map, visual room. Right. So now we still have a color and stuff, but now it's actually on the visual door is the color. So now visual room, we're gonna do. I'm gonna do the doors first. Let's see if I can do this correctly. 713, huh? Where's 713? Update door lines. Okay. Destination. Okay. So 713 is a bad door destination. Okay. I have to think here how this is kind of gonna work here. Doors size. Door equals doors I. Door equals oh, actually it'd be doors I dot door, I think. Reload save scene. Let's see if huh. 116. What? Oh, editor map. Door equals doors dot door. Okay. Doors dot size. Oh, and interesting. All right. Let's go into editor map. Let's go to 116. Let's see what the deal is here. Door dot destination. Okay, for can't be door dot door, can it? Um, door and room dot doors. Hmm. Yeah, I got a little bit of a it's kind of a problem. It's not exactly a problem, but kind of. It's just how I name them, right? So, the doors array is doors array. Let's see something here. Is an array of visual doors. Visual doors have the door member itself. And then this I'm actually going through it. So what I do is I create a I call door something, so I do entry in the doors array or something. Okay, so I'm gonna say I'm gonna call this like entry element. Let's do it this way. Is visual door. Let's call this visual door in room.doors. Door equals visual door. That. And that's interesting. Invalid property or key base object destination. Um, what is wrong here? Node TD visual door. Visual door, or what I call visual door, because room okay, room indoors. Or room in rooms dictionary dot values. Visual door. That should be correct. Here. We're gonna visual door. Okay, let's see what this says here. Okay. So I'm getting an error from this snippet. Oh. Control C. B. Let me copy that. Copy. My understanding is visual door room dot doors is actually, let me check something here because rooms sticked. Control find sticked. Wait, what's that? Clear. Visual room stick that room ID equals room. So room is visual room. That's correct. Visual. Well, actually, that's not the problem, though, is it? Rebuild rooms. Okay. Destination. Okay, so basically, room is supposed to be room stick values. They're supposed to be visual rooms. Visual door and room dot doors, meaning it's got the doors array. Okay. Let's go back here. Is room dot doors is an array of visual doors. Visual. Or maybe not. My understanding is that room.doors is an array of visual doors. And that Room that doors is visual array. Doors. The door member is room that doors is an array of visual doors, which means they have a door member which I created, which I passed to the door variable where I could extract the destination. So what did I do wrong? Here. Acknowledged. Expecting each visual door with a door member and accessing visual door, that destination, the area of valid access suggests that that door is not a door instance or is invalid. The visual door where visual door is an element of room doors doesn't have a destination property or visual door itself is being treated as a node 2D without a door member. Possible issues: incorrect doors array. Room.doors contains node 2D or other objects instead of visual door instances, meaning visual door doesn't exist. Member null. Type mismatch. Visual door. Doors contains the wrong objects or doors initialized. Mixed doors array. Verify door initialization. Serve visual doors. Door member is set. Okay, let's check that first. Okay. Where's the deal? What's the deal here? I can always go back to the original the original scripts if I get too far afield here. The same visual door should contain see if I can print visual door. Reload save scene. Oh, 69 is down there. Okay. Oh, so now it's not having the same. Okay, it's not having the same problem. So I guess what it is just because I didn't reload it. This is actually a different problem here. Visual room 69. Okay. Okay, that makes sense actually. So that means that this is actually going correctly here. This okay. That's correct. That means that's correct. That's not an error. Okay, so my error, let's go to 169. 169 is going to be the same kind of error though. Door and room doors. We're going to say visual door in room dot doors var door equals visual door dot door, like that. Okay, Control S, and then all I have to do is reload, save scene, and then it should give me the next error, which is fine. So the next error is actually in the visual room class now. So right now I'm just trying to get to where the okay, so 500. 500. Door visual dot color equals door dot color. Now, of course, door is not doors. For visual door indoors, var door equals visual door at door. So now let's clear that. Let's reload save scene. Survey says, okay. Okay, so we got something here. Wait a second. The doors array should be populated. Invalid access property or key door on base object. Let's see something here. Where is door? Oh. Of course. Let's okay, where's Control Z? We're gonna reload save scene, and then it should say 500 like it did. Okay, 500 invalid access to key color a type mode 2D. Okay. So now what I should do is go ahead and extend node 2D. So visual room. Okay. Let's go ahead and say var room on room. So And I might go ahead and export that like so. That's there. Okay. So now when we set description, I'm going to say room description. And honestly, I should have some sort of okay, bar room. Hmm. We're just gonna do this like this anyways. Room dot no. Hmm. Oh, there we go. Room dot description. And this would be room set ID. Room dot label equals new label. Okay, let's go ahead and then clear this out, and let's go ahead and reload save scene. I got 20 minutes until my break. 41. Oh, I'm gonna have to completely redo this if yeah. I might even have to get. Well, I actually do have the original versions of Room and Door, I think. So, including all the visuals and stuff before I even extracted anything. So we'll see. Here's your map. Go to 441. Right here. Room that set up visuals. Oh, why? Room to edit your map. Room equals visual room. Create from JSON. Okay, visual room. see something here. Room. Okay, visual room. Where is create from JSON? Create. Why is that a problem? 125. Doors. What is the problem here? Load data from JSON. ID. New door equals visual door dot create. Oh, these are all errors. What am I looking at? Okay. 125. Doors that pin new door. Doors not declared in current scope. It doesn't know what doors are because... Okay. That's... Okay, that's where my problem is. Okay, doors, doors dot pinned new door. Okay, so I have a little bit of a kind of weird error here. What's what okay, so what's my problem here? I create a new door. I can't append the new door to an array of regular doors. I have to append new door to an array of visual doors. Okay. All right. I'm still gonna have that problem, I think. Anyways, I kind of understand what's going on. Okay, so New door. I'm actually creating a door, and I'm trying to add it to the doors array. The doors array is yeah, that kind of makes it kind of tricky. So the doors array is an array of regular doors, not visual doors. Okay, I'm trying to access it like it's visual doors. So if I create, I'd have to create a new array, visual array, and call it. Um, yeah, I might have to do some weird rigmarole here. I might not be able to do this. I might have to do the, like I did, or I may have to completely redo the redo how to create all these. I mean, it's kind of complicated now. Let me ask Rock something real quick before my break here. Okay, I figured it just needed to reload, save scene. If I have a new problem that I understand why it's working, I understand why it's erroring. However, I'm not sure how to properly handle the error. Please acknowledge before I tell you the error. I wanted to close out the other thing about the save scene, about the other problem. Acknowledge, acknowledge, acknowledged. Okay, you received previous issue. Okay, you resolved the previous issue. Okay. So okay, in visual, the visual room class in the load data from JSON function, I have um, line here. I have some lines here. Okay. Some lines here. Okay. Says yours is not declared in the current scope, which is because doors are is a member of the room class. In fact, they're standard door classes, not visual doors. Doors append dot new door. So basically, um, I need to figure out how to handle this occurrence. Do I need to make a new visual doors array in the visual room class? If I do that, then let's see. How do I make sure the regular room has them as regular doors? I don't know if I'm making sense to it. I'm gonna go on break in just a few minutes, and then it'll be for half an hour from then, which is it's 1:23 p.m. Eastern U.S. time, so it'll be 1:30 when I break. I don't need it to do corrected code. I need it to tell me how do I handle it. Uh, Fails because doors is not declared in visual room. This is because doors is a member of the room class, right? Not visual room. You're using composition. Visual room has a room member. You need to handle visual door instances in the visual room while ensuring that rooms member doors array consists of standard door instances. You're considering adding visual doors array, but unsure how to keep rooms doors as door instances. Doors member the embedded room, not visual room. Accessing doors directly without room causes not declared error. Composition. Visual room wraps a room instance, and room.doors contains door instances. Visual room needs its own array to store visual door instances for editor visuals, while room.doors remains standard door instances for game logic. You need a visual doors array to store visual door instances mirroring room.doors, but with editor-specific visuals. Room's doors array stays unchanged, containing door instances created by add visual doors to visual room. Okay. Call room.loadData to populate room.doors with door instances. Create visual door instances for each of the room.doors entry setting, color, and embedding the corresponding door. Store visual door instances and visual doors and add them as children for editor visuals. Sure, room doors stay standard. Already creates door instances, so no changes are needed to keep the room.doors as doors. You just don't modify room.doors. Okay, I kind of get it now, too. In fact, I'll be doing that anyways. This is load data from JSON, right? So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to completely scrap this function, and I'm going to do like it says. I'm going to create an array of visual doors, and I'm going to populate it with the actual doors that are actually in the room's doors. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so I guess I can go to break now, even though it's I got about 3 minutes, but I can't do much in 3 minutes. So I'm gonna go ahead and take my break now, and I will see you on the other side of the break about 30 minutes. If you're still here, then great. If you're not still here, then thanks for stopping by, and I'll continue this next, and then see if I can't get this all working properly like it's supposed to be doing. We'll see here, though. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and kill the mic while I'm on break. So, see you in about 30 minutes. Okay, let's go ahead and switch back to desktop. Okay, I'm back. I guess I'm about 2 minutes late or something, but that's usually what happens with me, I guess. Okay, so our issue here, it's not really an issue, but it is kind of an issue, is that I need to have a visual doors array, which is I have door visuals, but then visual doors is okay. I could call it doors though, couldn't I? Let's go into room. Where is doors? Door specs can actually take from the actual yeah. We'll have to see. Okay. Alrighty. Doors just a straight up array. In fact, I can have the exact same array in there. So let's go to visual room. Let's go ahead and do doors array first. And then let's go into load data from JSON. Okay. Actually, let's just go ahead and take all of this. Now let's go ahead and just, what is it, Control K? All right, that's awesome. Okay, return true. Okay. Let's go ahead and say if room and before I do anything, let's okay. If room, not room, colon, turn. Okay. Then we're going to go ahead and say room dot load data from JSON name. That. And we're going to go ahead and say return, or actually you can just return true is probably all right. Because we're assuming, oh, I guess, how about return room, and let's just remove this return true thing. Okay, so actually, don't want to do that either. This is after, I guess this is after the room is created, isn't it? Yeah, after the room is created. We actually want to do the doors here. So let's um what do I call it? Yeah, no, not all code paths return a value. I get it. Let's see, what do we call it? I'll just call it generic result, I guess. Var result equals, okay, return result. That, okay, that's probably fine. Um, so okay, so after this, after we now we don't load color data, right? Color is its own deal. Okay. For door, okay, actually it's can't do that. For door in uh room dot not room dot doors. No, yeah, for room dot doors. Okay. I guess I need to create a new door, right? So great, essentially create a duplicate door. So var visual door equals uh visual door dot create door dot ident door dot ch door dot wait. Oh, create ID choice destination. The choice door dot destination door dot name Okay. Now I'm going to do the colors. So let's go to the color part down here. Do 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 do. Oh, okay. Color. This is what I'm gonna do. Right. I need. Where is hue at? Okay. It's going to be outside the loop, doesn't it? Okay. Outside the loop. B. And then that's where we put in hue. That. No, that's we don't put the hue in, we put the color in. Color. That's the only extra thing that we do here. So we append doors and we add child, right? If visual door be doors.append, right? Now door specs should already be its spec string. Choice destination door specs I equals spec string. Almost got it. Visual doors. Oh, so basically I actually copy all this, don't I? Like so. And if new door. I guess it doesn't know what I is either, so let's find where I is. Nope, Control Z. I equals 0. It doesn't know what I is. It doesn't know what choice it is, does it? That's because it's door choice. And but wait a second. Door dot destination. Door. I probably shouldn't need this, probably because spec strings should already be in the deal. And this is just the visual part, so this doesn't need to do anything with door specs, I think. There we go. If visual door, doors.append, visual door, add child, visual door. Visual door was created with these. Okay, I'm not sure if this is right, but we'll see here. Function create. Okay, so let's go into create here and we're going to fix this. Do the visual door. Visual door equals new. New door equals door.create. Right? Pardon me. Room. Bar room. Room. Dot. Room. See room dot room. Let's just call this let's call this visual room. The thing that gets me is this should be an error here. And it isn't. But plus visual room. Actually, we're gonna do it this way. Okay. Visual room dot room equals room dot create and ID and label and description room dot doors room dot doors. Okay, I don't need these. I also don't need inbound rooms or door specs. Visual room, no. Oh no, root. Okay, visual room dot. No. Visual room dot doors because we created this new. Return and visual room dot name. That's just for the creation function here. Create from JSON. And that's fine because get door by choice string for door indoors. We're going to say visual door indoors. Visual door choice. Return visual door. Truncate text. Okay, truncate text has to do with. Okay. Set up visuals. 360. 67. That should be room.description. So 5. Or door and doors. For visual, door and doors. Door name. Or visual, okay. Visual door. Door.color. No. See, I don't know why it doesn't flag that. Because visual door.color, right? Okay, inbound rooms. Did I have? Oh, I do have inbound visuals. I see. Inbound rooms. Dot inbound rooms. Okay. Editor map. Okay. Okay, so first thing here is, does room have editor map? It does, but let's see if it needs editor map. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So that means that this guy should be in visual. So let's go to visual room. Let's go ahead and put here, let's put this at the top. Editor map. Okay. That's okay. We'll get down to that. $629. ID not declared in the current scope. ID. Is equal to room.id. There we go. Right, because the current one would have been, ID would have been in there. Okay. And what's this about? Oh, we don't need that. Okay. So I still might have errors, but let's go ahead and reload save scene, and we will say Oh, hey, Rook, I didn't notice you there for a second. Good evening. Yeah, almost 8 o'clock there, apparently. Okay, so let's go ahead and reload save scene, and we'll see what errors are left. Well, that's interesting. Nothing loaded up. Okay. That is just weird. Rooms.get children. Okay. Sign. That means I'm going to have to do all the stupid print statements again to figure out exactly what's going where. So let's start with let's do something here. Let's put print. There we go. We'll do this, and we'll do this. Do that. Okay. Let's go ahead and this back. Okay. Reload save scene. Okay. And file list. File name item ends with JSON. Okay. Let's take this out, but let's leave this in. Reload save scene. Okay, next. Right. Visual room create from JSON. Okay. If room print created so name. Okay, we'll do it like that. Put this out. Reload save scene. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and have to go to visual room create from JSON. Okay. I'm going to say we're going to do that. We're going to see if any of them is successfully created. Okay, it's not. Return to null, or return to new room, and it's obviously it's going to be null. So okay. I can probably tell right now what it is though here, at least to this part. Um, Loading JSON data. Load data from JSON. Processing, comma, JSON name. Okay. Let's see if it gets that far. In the save scene. Okay, load data from JSON. I kind of need to know how it worked previously. So okay. Creating the doors, and that's all. That's all she wrote. File names, if the file exists, load the JSON data here. Open, not file, do that. Parse JSON, JSON data, file close. If JSON data is equal to null, error. Set room properties, self.id. I'm real sure it's because of this. It's just returning false automatically. But here's the thing. Actually, here's not the thing. If I did this, I don't know if it would still work. It might work. Let's see here. 71, right? Non-existent. Non-existent function. Load data from JSON. That's because I need to create a new room. It needs to already be created is what it needs. This is goofy. Okay, so data from JSON. Create from JSON. Okay. Create from JSON. Little rooms. Room equals visual a room. Create from JSON. Okay, so let's check this out again. Next JSON item in the file list. Load data from JSON processing. Create from JSON. Okay, so then we got okay, processing is working. Okay. Mm-hmm. New room dot load. That's a static. Static. Hmm. All right. Sorry, I'm not speaking over the thing. I'm trying to figure out like where's the disconnect here. Okay, so room isn't going to equal anything. Um, okay, so I'm going to have to create. Yeah, that's a static. It's create calls create. Uh, it creates a new visual room. Mm, I'm not really sure what's the problem is here. I mean, I kind of know what the problem is, sort of. Okay, so we have a static creation function that's going to actually return a new room if it's successfully loaded. New room that load data from JSON. Hmm. You know, load load data from JSON. I need to call. Okay, this is probably the problem here. After creating the new visual room, I need to call create from JSON from the room itself, I think. New room dot room equals create from JSON equals room dot create from JSON name. Okay, there we go. This should work, right? Because okay, so create from JSON actually creates the room. It does the room creation uh, from the JSON file. It does all of its stuff, and now we have a loaded room here. New room. Now when we load it, we're going to load this into a room. Now let's go to load data from JSON. Room dot. Okay. So we won't need to create false. Okay, let's see if let's see what the new error is. There should probably be some new errors, but maybe not the same ones. So let's see. Editor map 698. 698. ID on base object of node 2D. Okay. Rooms dictionary. Oh, that's right. Everything is contained in that, isn't it? We're going to say visual room here. Visual room. Okay. Visual room. And then this would be visual room.room.id equals rooms dictionary equals visual room. Add room to editor map. Visual room. Visual room. All right. Let's clear that out. Let's reload save scene and see what happens. Probably have some other kind of error. Of course. Oh. Successfully loaded. 786. 786, what? Oh, 786. Yeah, 786. For room in rooms dot get children. If room is visual room. Okay, we're not going to do this ways. Let's see. Visual room in rooms dot get children. Visual room is visual room. Okay, so we're just going to do everything like we do. Dot position. Room ID equals visual room dot room dot ID. Visual room. All right, that's because it was running the processing thing here. Reload save scene. These have 3 errors still though. Invalid key. Okay, let's go to 107. Equals for the visual room in rooms that dicts. Room dot inbound rooms. So 669. For room in rooms that get children. Again, this will be visual room isn't visualroom.id, it's visualroom.room.id. Okay. Visual room. Started rooms visited, temp visited. Okay. All right. And 718. 718. And we have the same thing. Sorted room should be fine. Visual room and rooms.getChildren. Visual room is visual room. Visual room. Previous position equals room.id. Visual room.room.id. And visual room.position. Visual. Okay. Scene, reload, save scene. 28 errors. Okay. $121. Destination room. Door equals door.destination. Door equals visual door.door. Destination room equals. And what is it again? 121. Dot room dot $122. Let's do this differently. Says Tiffany. Destination room equals dot room. Now that should take care of a couple of things, I hope. Maybe 123. Room and rooms. Okay, let's call this visual room also. Visual room. Go. The same here. Dot. Okay. 645. Visit room. ID. We'll say visual room like that. V like that. V like that. Okay. Room. Oh, I see the way I did some of this here. Okay. All the room IDs are visualroom.room.id. Okay, let's go ahead and clear this and redo it. Reload save scene. 52 errors. Ton of errors. Okay, all the way back to 142. Room.inbound rooms. Okay, we're gonna do the same thing here. Visual room. Okay. And it's visual room. Not room. All right, let's try it again. Okay, let's make the inbound room that room like that. Reload save scene. Even more. T. I'm getting a little bleary-eyed here. Door. Wait a minute. Oh, visual room, visual room, visual room. Okay. 518. Um, 518. Door visual door. Dot name. What's wrong with that? For visual door indoors. Why would that be wrong? Visual door dot name. Visual door indoors. Why is that a problem? And stores itself. I guess here let's just redo it just so I can be sure I'm sure. Reload, save scene. Same errors, right? Base door. Doors should be visual doors though. So why is that a problem? Visual door visual. Invalid access to property or key. Unbase object of type node 2D. Okay, so where is okay, fine. Doors in array. Doors. For door and room doors. Door append. Visual door. Visual door is a visual door. Wait, at least we got something up here running anyways. I wonder what it looks like. Okay, it's starting to look like it's starting to work. It's not entirely working though. For door in room dot doors. Visual door equals create. Create visual door. If visual door doors dot append visual door. Add child visual door. Hmm. Let's go to editor map. Let's go to 98, I guess. Room and rooms dot get children. Hmm. This isn't room.id anyways. This is make this visual. Rooms dictionary visual room.id equals reload save scene. Oh, visual room. Save scene. Hmm. 518 visual room is still a problem. Darn it. It's almost time for me to be done. Doggone it. Visual door, indoors. Door 2D. Okay, this. Yes. Visual door. If I put it that name, it's not going to exist though, right? Reload, save scene. What? Doors. What's doors? Door visuals. Doors. Get parent. And doors is empty. Doors that size. Doors that size. Okay, I guess I kind of see. Uh, right. So the name. Okay, I think I kind of get it. 523 visual door dot color should work as far as the color thing goes. Reload, save scene. Five 23. Why is it such a problem? No, invalid access to property or key door on base object of node 2D. Door. Visual door. Visual door. It's not supposed to be type door though. Add. Okay. I almost have it. Invalid access to property or key door on the base object of node 2D. It claims it's a door, not a visual door. So it claims that doors It's not visual door. So for a visual door indoors, update door visuals. Find doors again. Okay. Doors. Doors is an empty array. For door, in-room doors. Doors. How come? The node. That's a room. This must be a door. Am I right? This is a visual door. If that's a visual door, for door and room doors, color, visual door equals new visual door create with okay for door in room dot doors. So the room has the doors array. For a door in the doors array, create a new visual door. Visual door turn new door create. New door dot door equals new door dot color equals that. Return new door. Door ID equals door dot. Oh. Door is a visual door. I have to do that. I guess I won't be able to determine what's what, but we're going to try this anyways. Reload, save scene. Valid access. Okay, these are supposed to be regular doors. So it's going to iterate through the room doors array. Then it's going to create a visual door, a new visual door. Then it's going to add... Huh. I'm not even sure. Room.doors. I'm supposed to be ending today's stream, and for some reason, I just... Data from JSON. Stop pinned. Select all. Copy. Oh, wrong one. Okay. So I have a different problem. Here is the visual room class. But don't say anything until until I give you the error code. Please acknowledge. Okay, the error details. All right. We go to 525. Wait a minute. Visual room 525. Wait. Visual room. Save scene. 523. Okay, 523 then. Control C. This is the offending line. Okay. This is the error. Okay, this is the error. And update your visuals. It's an update your visuals. Let's see. Update door visuals. Presumably, doors is an array of visual doors. But it's complaining that it's a door node. What am I missing here? Let's see if it comes up with anything. I know I can always go back, revert back to either the old scripts or even the older actual original door and room that were tightly coupled. A key door and base object indicates visual door as a door are treated as an OD instead of visual door. So locks the door member. You're expecting doors to be an array of visual door instances, but it's behaving as if it contains door instances. Doors array content. The doors array in visual room is incorrectly populated with door instances instead of visual door. It stems from a bug in load data from JSON or create data from JSON where doors is assigned room.doors, an array of door. Mix up how doors initializer update, possibly from earlier in here in the space being over error context. And update door visuals. You iterate through visual door and doors, expecting visual door to be a visual door with the door member. Yeah. I know that. Visual room should have a doors array of visual door instances. It does, though. Each with a door member. While room.doors holds door instances, the error suggests doors is incorrectly mirroring room.doors. Incorrect doors population. In visual rooms, load data from JSON. You're appending visual door instances to doors, but elsewhere, or scene setup, doors might be assigned room.doors, a door array. They're not properly cleared. Yeah, I guess I can. This indicates doors contains door objects, likely from direct assignment. Doors equals room, doors, failed group. And data create, populate, use visual doors, and access visual door, that color, that door. Oh, well, that would be anyways, wouldn't it? So, reload save scene. $523. Create. Okay, so create. I don't think I have anything that says create because that's for if I want to create it manually. Create from JSON. Room.create from JSON. New room. New room. New room. Okay, I can. The one thing I can do is I can rename this to visual doors like that. And of course, 81. No, 81's down here. Visual doors. Replace doors with visual doors. Okay, let's just replace that one. Next. Replace. Forward. Replace. Inbound door in inbound room. Inbound room is editor map. Rooms dictionary. There's might be some problem here. Inbound room. That doors. These are visual doors, aren't they? Actually, let's replace that. Yep. Doors dot size. I might have to redo this just so I can figure it out properly. Room dot doors. 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 Editor map 181. Okay. I'm gonna do the same thing here. I'll be save scene. 183. Wait, let's go find the next one. Replace. Color. 523. So now we're back to okay. Visual door. Okay, so now we're back to the same problem. It still thinks it's a door for some weird reason. Okay, we're gonna do this again. We're gonna paste. I'm going to go ahead and select all, copy. Here's visual room G again. Oh, okay, fine. It'll do it in the context of the error. I'm gonna have to quit regardless. And meaning I didn't get crap done today. I mean, I might have to rewrite the whole stupid functions and everything, the classes and the whole 9 yards. It's the same as before. Invalid access to color on base object of type door. Obviously, it's loading regular doors into the visual doors array somewhere. I just don't know where. I might give it editor map because it might be doing it in there. It might be creating new doors in there, adding them there instead of on creation here. But I haven't hit the save thing, so the only thing it's done is load up the rooms. Loading door instances and visual door instances. Visual doors content. The visual doors array should contain visual door instances, each with a door member and a color property. This suggests that visual doors contains door instances, so visual doors I door is a door, and door color tries to access color on a door which doesn't exist, likely source. And create from might be assigned room dot doors a door array instead of creating visual door instances. Scene setup. The scene tree or save scene might have door nodes as children, which are incorrectly added to visual doors. Yeah, that must be what it's doing though. Correctly creates visual door instances and appends them to visual doors. Create. Here, visual room dot doors equals is wrong. It references a non-existent doors property. Should be visual doors. Okay, let's go into create. That creates not going to be the problem though, but I can go into create and let's go to create visual room that doors visual room equals new that room create visual room that doors visual doors. Okay, this isn't going to be a problem because I don't use create. Well, maybe it's used externally, but maybe that's the problem too, right? Okay, let's clear it, and it doesn't mean it's going to change anything, but see, it didn't change the number, and it didn't change the place. Okay, so that's fine. That's not the problem. This doesn't directly cause the error, but it indicates the naming mix-up should be okay. Editor map or slow all rooms. Okay. Yeah. I already did that. Debug. Before adding any debug statements, any debug prints, let me give you the code for editor map because it may be putting regular doors in there somewhere. Just a moment, please. Select all. Copy. Okay. Let's see. Anybody else to detect? I might be going in somewhere and like when I recreate the doors from door specs or something, it's going in there and adding doors incorrectly. Hurry up, please, because I'm supposed to be logging off now. Ticks me off. Facing error. Doors because there's being objects from editor map. The key issue is in create doors from specs. Okay. Okay, create doors from. Okay, so I'm gonna start with create doors from specs. Doors from specs. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna copy it because hopefully it doesn't add. Okay. Okay. Just want to see what the errors are. Are they the same errors? Apparently. Add room to editor map. Paste. Oh, awesome. Invalid owner. What's an invalid owner? All right. Eh, I need to stop for the day. I might have to restore the old versions first and start over. And start version first and start over. I will let you know tomorrow. Okay, I'm going to do my little recording here because there's not much to record here because it's annoying. Okay. Start recording. In fact, I might go with the older version of just the straight up and then redo the visual doors and visual room. Well, yeah. I might have to restore it to an older version anyways. Uh, okay, today's Wednesday, May 28th, and today I didn't get a lot done because there's a whole bunch of stupid errors, and I've been trying to go through, trying to figure stuff out, trying to separate the visual classes from the non-visual classes, and I'm messing up. So I didn't fix that today, and I didn't get anything done today. So we'll try again tomorrow. Okay, well, I am going to say thanks for watching, listening, whatever. If anybody's still here, which They're probably not, but that's okay. We'll get things back on track tomorrow, probably, and I will see you later. Thank you for watching.